I think this works. I think this works. I think everything is okay. I forgot to do something though, but we're gonna do that in a second. Daniel, hi. We're calling. Not yes. You know I don't know. I don't know how to read. Danny, Daniel, I forgot. Dan, how was your weekend? Is the question. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. We have some news. We have some interesting things. And I have forgotten to do stuff, which obviously, as the title of the stream implies, yeah. Yeah. I thought it was Sunday this morning. So, yeah. That's not true. I had like a meeting and shit, but it's fine. It happens. We good. I'm here now. It's just late and underprepared. Like I am. Every time. God damn it. Nothing works. Nothing works. Everything is broken. I forgot to do this thing, which I'm gonna do in a second. But yeah, that is just bad. So, let me do the thing in question, which is basically ensuring that the phone is phoning. Because right now, it's not. Let's fix that. And you will see my fails twice. My fight, the fight of my faith. We should be good. Cool. Cat, hi. How's the gym going? So we have some news. News? News? I don't know. This thing, well, this is opened now. This is the news. This is not the news. This finally has been sent for review during the weekend. And, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. The gluten-free, milk-free, cheese-free pasta. So sad. No cheese. So sad. But I get it. I mean, if the tummy cannot, you know, that happened. Grizz, hi, welcome in. How was your weekend? So that happens. That has been sent for review to Apple. It's good news. I did the thing that I said I would do. I'm happy with it. Then that happened as well. So we now have check-ins for people, anyone that wants to have check-ins. We have check-ins. So it doesn't replace the stream streak of Twitch, but it basically doesn't break. So you can, like, do that, which is good. I haven't seen the number above your face, above my face, but yeah, it's once per stream and it counts and all that. Whatever. I don't know exactly if it will work. I need to do some animation. I couldn't. I tried. It broke. I'm sad. Yes, so it's gonna start at 0. I can't check that, but it's a way to ensure that I have like a bit of a streak checkers. For example, I mean, one of the reasons that I made that 2 weeks ago, no one knew about it, is because some people have been here in the stream and kind of farming the streak and just not doing anything. Like him, hi, welcome on in. And therefore now have lost their streak for reasons. So, you know, that is an added option, and you can badge in or check in or welcome or in, and then you will have your name on stream for a second. I don't know how long it stays on stream. I forgot, but yeah, nonetheless. This sent for review to Apple on Sunday morning. They said no on Sunday night, because Sunday night was basically morning in Australia. Therefore, that
Stony
happens.
underscore Eagle just resubscribed for 32 months. Give me an A, give me another, give me an O, and give me an A. Bish better have my money AAOA cash.
12 months. 12 months in a row. 32 months in total. That is crazy. I appreciate it. Ed Grace, good job on the streak. Good job on the streak. So yeah, well got in, Stony. So that happened. That has been sent for review to Apple. They said no, obviously, because I don't know what I'm doing. And so they said you are missing some things, as in you are missing some of the useful and necessary terms of services and privacy policy and others activity. Therefore, you kind of need to good job. You kind of need to get that in the app. So I did that, and now we have that in the app, and it is on point, I guess. I don't know. But it is under review second time. I have fixed the thing that they talked about in the first review, so if that's the case, the app should be live soon. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how it works. Anyways, we have some changes in animation to make it not break, because it was breaking earlier. We have some better things that you will never use, because most of you, I think, I don't know, most of you are not using voiceover or accessibility features for navigations, but now that is in place and working. So you have like the swipes on screen to navigate from one character to the other and see the content and all of that. Good job on the 90 streams streak. I don't know if Larkham has a streak anymore, Stony, based on what happened last week. But yeah. So that is now much better. We also have like a better search for the kanjis right there. These are working, and then in the dictionaries we now have a ton of dictionaries entries. So that's good. That's good. And then here, the thing that I said, like kind of last time, we now have the free plan at the top, which is basically only when you are in the free plan, we just hint you, you know what, you could give me some money. And if you upgrade, you have like some of the prices. Therefore, the prices right now on my phone, because I'm on Japan, seems like a lot, but it's not a lot. It is kind of a lot, but not a lot. But these are there, and one of the reasons why they have cancelled, or not cancelled, but like refused the submission, was because of these two bitches at the bottom. The privacy policy and the terms of use, these were not here, and so they complain about that. So I added them, and now we have them here, which is good. We have them here, we have them in the settings, at the bottom here, we have them everywhere. So now if they say at some point that we don't have any link to the privacy policy of terms of services, they're full of shit and something else happens. But I think they will probably tell me that some things are not working, which is true and the case, but at least this is pretty good. We have like a very, very good base. It has been reviewed a first time, and the only thing that they told me were about the privacy policy, so I'm really happy with that. And also it means that today Xcode was closed. I didn't do any code on the app for the whole day. I did other things, including the check-in in the title thingy that you can test it out if you want. It's not necessary, but you can. Anyways, the thing that happened last week, let me show you. On Friday, just when I stopped the stream, Larkin posted a message in chat. and it was green, and it was marked as first message. That made no sense. None. And then, like I said, I can explain, and couldn't, because as Johnson said, did not. So that was kind of weird. Also, if you are like specific and you can see things, the K and H are flipped. So that is something to take into consideration. But yeah, it's interesting. It is interesting. But yeah, I don't know what happens. But something happens. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Other than that, we're good. You try to create a new account, which is not the case. You try to get an old account. I mean, the account in question with the K and H swapped has been created in 2016. So it's not a second account, new account. It's an old account acquisition, probably. But yeah. Anyways, other than that, one of my old designer called me earlier, just before the stream. And then before I could answer, didn't. And then right now, someone else called me. Obviously didn't answer because we're streaming. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. But on today's episode of A Goes to French Stuff, there was like a workshop for doing better interviews, like job interviews. That was organized with my French system thingy that we talked about a bit. And I went there. We were supposed to be 10 people, and 16 people showed up. Therefore, the woman that was coordinating the workshop said, basically 6 of you needs to get the fuck out, after explaining how the workshop works and all that. And so I said, you know what? I'm gonna avoid doing 9:30 to 4:30 every fucking day for 2 weeks, and just volunteer as tribute, and then left. And it was good. So I avoided this 2 weeks of work. Mainly, one of the main reasons was the thing that I'm doing with the other organism that I'm paying, because this one is free, kinda. The other one that I paid for is better than what she would be able to provide me, because I showed her what they already have given me, as in like the feedbacks and the reviews and the bilan. How do you say bilan? The checkup. I don't know. Thing is way more complete than what they would be able to provide at the end. So that is pretty good. But the fact that they basically booked 16 people for a 10 people max group is not making any fucking sense. But at least they could like just let people go. So that's a good thing. That is a good thing. But yeah, you asked a question like earlier that I didn't read because I was chatting. And the store rejection were not really important. The main point for me is the fact that I'm done. no, I'm not done, but like most of these things are done. Everything in the app works, which is the most important thing for me. And the content works, and having a good cleaning session, which makes no sense, but yes. I am now in the process of fixing the teeny tiny things that I have seen or that I think could be improved in the app, and then implementing that slowly. I can take my time now, but because I wanted to have the app out and in the store before the end of the last month, I'm already late by 2 weeks. So, dang. I know. But yeah, things. Anyways, this is pretty good. I feel like the navigation that I have implemented is also kind of working now, and in terms of voiceover and accessibility features, so that's really good. It's a bit broken, but it's interesting the way that it's built, the way that it's defined. When you look at the code itself, you basically just have an accessibility label to be defined, and you can have like the accessibility label hidden or discarded. And the goal usually is to, if I'm going into like a radical would be pretty useful for that. The top section in the beginning was reading stroke 3, icon, character, reading, and then the first line of text, the second line of text, which is just the numbers, and then related kanjis, and so on. And so that is an interesting thing. That is a block of text I haven't seen one. The plan was disappear from streams. Used to need the impression that he was on the lead streak wise by posting a 5-stream streak that all account. I see. I see. You can type in chat when I'm not live. You know that? Like if you want to get rid of things or check things out, you can 100% just do that. Matt, hi, welcome on in. How are you? What do you mean it's difficult? You go there, you go here, and you do that. Where? Difficult. How's the work, by the way? Because that is what I attributed your absence from. I was basically saying the bitch got a job and now is tired all day long. Yep, you could. You could, and I would probably missed it. Would have probably missed it because I don't see the streak notification here. I see them there, here, when I'm on this screen, but otherwise on my phone they don't pop up. They pop in OBS, but I never look at OBS. So yeah, it's kind of, it would have been a bit of a thing that I would have seen the next stream because the last one would just be red. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird thing. Anyways, this is done. This is good. This is working. The only thing that doesn't work right now with the voiceover, which I need to figure out, and every time I tried, it just breaks, which pisses me off, is the reading of the Japanese character. Right now, voiceover can 100% read the English text. And so when you look at the bottom section right there, which you have like a kanji and then a reading for kanji and then the specific readings on the sides and then the meaning, VoiceOver just said character reading dash meaning the thing in English, which is really weird as a concept. And I can't, every time I try to specify the language, which is a thing that you can do in VoiceOver, it just doesn't want to compile. It seems that the language switch during a sentence just break compiler, which makes absolutely no sense. But I think I know what I need to do. It just pissed me off. The main reason why it pisses me off is because the entirety of that block, all of the blocks, are combined or composed of combined layers of text that needs to be read in different languages. So if you have Japanese, English, Japanese, Japanese, English, I do understand why it's complicated to jump between the languages, but also it's annoying. So I am kind of thinking about introducing some more voice-related stuff that would take over VoiceOver. That way it's like based in the app rather than based in the VoiceOver thing, as in VoiceOver would be able to read something that is kind of empty, but when the user double tap to get the action done, then I would trigger the soundbite that is loaded in the app. But overall, this is a bit too complex for me as of now. So we'll see what we can do. Anyways, back to the morning French things. They had a thing like the whole morning was kind of weird because it basically was explaining what I would have had to do. Weird sentence, weird phrasing, but it works. And so the whole thing is, or was, because it's done now, how to better present yourself and how to be confident in your ability to talk in interviews. And at the end, when I said I don't need, I said I'm kind of teaching almost on the daily. Therefore, I don't need to know these things that you're trying to teach. So yeah, CEO, despite never interacting with me, told the superior of our team that I'm the one in charge when said superior is in those daily meetings. That is interesting. Good. That is good. That is good news indeed. So you're taking like a bit of a managerial position situation, which is good. It's interesting. I mean, it's interesting. It's good to have at least some experience in that domain to be able to move forward. So yeah, that is good. That is a good thing. Good job. Good job on that. That is what I will say. Other than that, not much. People are leaving Twitter. Like always, I don't have much to showcase in the like departments. Like, not much happened. Some things happened, but not much happened. I saved some of the yes. Right now, people are leaving Twitter because of the AI features implemented yesterday. Today, I forgot. Um, like basically, the what's happening is Elon wants to have Grok trained on everything happening on the site. So in their new terms of services, they say that everything that you post or have posted, but that's kind of implied without being said, the lawyer talk, can be used for training when it comes to images, video, tweets, anything. Links can be used. And so they basically want to use all of the content that has been posted for training, and that piss off a lot of artists, as always, but also for designers, that piss off a lot of designers for the same reason. And yeah, there is that. There is also the fact that Blue Sky is a bit better at ensuring that you have a feed that makes sense with you. As in, they have a feature on Blue Sky that is disabling engagement farming, for example. So if they recognize a type of content, a type of post that is only for engagement farming, you can just remove it from your feed. But if that same person is posting something that is not engagement farming, you will still see the thing. You can remove specific types of content or specific type of people, which is pretty good. So yeah. Yeah. I don't think any companies right now that is working on AI related stuff have been open and true about how they have trained their data or their training models. So yeah, we'll see. Anyways, Atom has been finally, or has finally reached the 100,000 downloads for the multi-stream plugin, which is really impressive. I would clap at Dust, but Dust, it's not there. So, I mean, right there, but yeah, not there. And then on the other ends of things that have been posted, there is a lot more illustration in my feed, which I appreciate because they are really good. And most of the designers are posting the exact same things. I know. And but going back to what some of you have asked in the past about animation, that person has created this thing, which is basically animating the timing charts for some of the things that needs to happen when it comes to ensuring that an animation looks natural. So Denny that was working on animation at some point would be pretty interested with that, and Chris that kind of worked with that also, I think, would be really interested in this. I think, Larkham, you have that knowledge already, but the main reason why I kept this and I liked it was because I think that this person may or may not, I don't know, have some content on their page that could be interesting for some of you that are looking for animations and how to do these. So I just wanted to share them and ensure that you have a bit of a resource that could be interesting. So that's about it. But yeah, I don't know if Chris is going to pop up because house moving and other things that I'm not going to dox his location. But yeah, we'll see. we'll see. But yeah, this was really cool. Then there was this amazing thing. I think it's not gonna showcase well on stream. What it the robbery? If it's the robbery, yes, and the house moving, yes. The weather-related things, if I talk about that now, it's basically doxing exactly his location. Which already, by saying this, is enough to pinpoint where it is. Anyways, so this was really cool. I don't know exactly how they did that kind of pixelated glitch effects. It's really interesting to have. Also on stream, it probably doesn't look like much because it's pixel art, but the sides, the corners are really interesting in terms of how they have been like animating these pixels just going across in both direction. Dang, yes, yeah, right. It's just, but it's really interesting. So I like it. I like the texture. It's fun. Anywho, a lot of people are doing these headers. That's the reason why I kind of kept it, because they have this cloud background, and a lot of designers are currently just doing this for their headers. It's just like cloudy things, and it's, to me, a bit of a duplicate of Amy, as we have showcased many times now. But since this website has been popularized, that kind of view right here has popped in a lot, like a lot. So yeah, just keeping that in mind. A lot of designers are doing the exact same thing. So just kept this because it's a nice one. I kept this because it's a cat, right? That makes sense. I have never seen someone use or do that format. So I like that. That's what I'm saying. You know. I don't remember that tweet from May 2024 about website going through a portal. Website going through a portal. The thing that I just showcased was Amy. Like basically going through something. Or maybe not. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. May 2024 is a long time ago. There was this one that I kind of liked for the initial animation that we talked about last week, about potentially using that same animation, similar like 3D transform on scroll for the app to ensure that we have like some sort of a interactive or organic transformation during the scroll. So I might do that. This is a Framer template, so I can use that, and I know that I can do that in Framer. The website is currently done in Framer, so it could work. It could work, but I just kept it as base. Someone tweeted about this and some other. I don't have the memory for that at that instant. I do not. That person has created a thing that if you have been Stony, I'm sorry about that. If you have been on stream for more than 3 years, I know that's a lot. But if you've been here for 2.5, 3 years, roughly, this is something that we've done in the stream overlay. Basically having a place where it condensed all of the optional and available scenes on stream and then moved to somewhere else. So this is what I call the hub stream overlay, and we had a transition that went into that view basically. So that was pretty interesting, but also this concept in a whole website is, I feel like it's really interesting. So I liked it much, as always. I don't think I followed them, so that's what happened. And then going back to some of the things that I've said, I think 3 months ago now, because it's been a while, these at the top, right there, we have a ton of the organic, human-made, humanizing features that I was talking about, I think, yeah, 3 to 4 months ago. As in, the logo is now something that is a signature to help the user think that this is like a human made. The fonts are extremely different. You have a ton of variations. The layout is rounded and really, again, organic. The background has a bit of warmth into it with the orange-y pink transition. And then when we look or continue into the other activities, most of the transitions and most of the things that are there are extremely organic, rounded, realistic-ish shadows and realistic like transitions. The books that we were on a second ago, all of that is, I think, to me, a great representation of what the next trend of designer portfolio, but also of designer work, is going to be, as in mostly organic and looking organic and not generated, which makes sense. So this one kind of deserved a plug on the stream, that you have access to it if you are interested in looking at it more closely. So yeah, and also VJ is really good, as always. Has been on my feed for a while now. So yeah, dang, that's pretty cool. This is mostly for Rat Girl, but Rat Girl is not there, so we good. Good. Good job, cat. Good job. Did you see the cat from earlier? Look at this. Amazing. The other thing, the other person that I'm following and kind of testing their app is this one. I'm really impressed by everything that they have put in place when it comes to the animations, the transitions, the elements of the app. The app itself, I have no need for it. As I said, it's fine, but it's just, it doesn't really give me anything, to be honest. Like, most of the content that is here, mainly because I don't do task, and that's not what I like to do. But I don't. It's really interesting for me to see how the transition on the smoothness of it. Like, if you look closely, but you probably can't because it's on stream and it's tiny. But if you look at the numbers at the top, like for the November 18th, switching to 17th, there is a bit of a transition that just take the efficient number for the transition, as in one at a time. And so it's only, it's this, the 18th today, so it's going to be only the 8 that turns into, instead of, or either to 7 to go back or 9 to go up. But then when you go from 19 to 20, it's both that just rotate at the same time, which is pretty impressive as an animation thing. I think it's a useless thing overall, but it makes me talk about it, so of course it makes sense. But other than that, these have been really cool. Vinny, how are you? How have you been? This is I forgot the name, but it's made by this person right there. That's a good base. That is a good base. But yeah, overall, I don't really know if I like the content, mainly because it's just not my type of apps. As I said, I don't do check marks. Check marks? I don't do task list. It never have worked, but the design of the app is really cool, and I think yeah, that's the transition that they were showcasing earlier on Twitter, which is if you are on light mode, you have like this thing, and that kind of work half of the time. As in, if I go fast, it works, but if I go slow, it just breaks right there, which makes sense. But transitions all day. I get it. Anyways, that's good. I like it. That's all I'm saying. No, that's the wrong button. Sorry. I'm back. And now we probably have ads. But yeah, I like this one a lot for the transition animation that they are building, and because I'm on the test flight version, it's interesting to see like some of the details that pops in new versions. But yeah. Yeah, I don't use reminders ever. I use calendars. And if I mean, my main thing has always been the same, which is if I have something to remember and I forget about it, it wasn't that important. And there hasn't been any instance of things in my life where I was forgetting something that was extremely important. So, I don't know. Anyways, again with the App Store screenshots that we talked about last week, I can't design mine because it pisses me off. I designed new ones. I don't like them, but it's better than what I had before. This one from the exact same studio that is doing a ton of App Store screenshots is pretty interesting. I don't know how allowed it is. As in, Apple kind of has this thing that is a lot of stream element announcement. Apple has kind of like said things about the apps themselves, how they need to, or the App Store screenshot need to look exactly like what the user will have. And when you have things like highlights or elements that are dropped on top of, I don't know exactly if that is counted as exactly as the app. So I don't know. I don't really care because I did the same thing, but it's an interesting way of seeing like the transition and the fact that it has like this huge illustration that, again, when you're looking at the App Store, you will mainly see these. You have the first two plus half of the third one. So that is a very interesting thing to be hooked on when you're looking at the App Store and the app in the store. I kind of like that. Kept it for reasons, and I guess that's about it. There is this trend thing that I don't like at all, but it's there, and it's not the first one I'm seeing that does this. But a lot of people are doing the blurred focus point thing that we have seen-ish on the Apple Vision Pro first OS rendering. I mean, first version in the beginning of this year, last year, like end of last year, beginning of this year kind of thing, where pictures have a bit of a blur and focus points. So you can see that right there. This is like in focus, all the rest is blurred and kind of pastel. I feel like this is interesting, but I don't know how good and how viable it is in the long term. Right now, it works on this preview mainly because it is user-specified content. So each of the images and medias are optimized to ensure readability and accessibility and all of that. But as of now, I don't think this could work for user-generated content. Right now, this is a traveling app, therefore most of the things are going to be client generated, not user generated. But still, like these amount of specified illustration, and it needs to have like a very, very specific type of color scheme to work every time. It feels like it's going to be bad. And the other thing that I was thinking is Tokyo always blue? Is London always blue? What happens if you have Atlanta and London that are going in two different colors? Is that the case? Is that not the case? Do we take different landmarks in the images? So that is kind of why I'm not liking it, for the accessibility of it. But overall, it's a pretty cool looking design. Just, it's a bit of a trend. I don't know if I like it. Same thing for this thing. I like that a lot. Obviously, we've made a lot of these cards. The thing that I don't like about it is the highlight here. I know. I know. It's kind of weird, as it looks as if there was a light source about here that lights this section of the bulbs. But the light source is here. You can see it, which highlight the whole card. Like, it's the light source is here. So I feel like the light, or the lightest version of the border, should be on the bottom right corner rather than the top left. But it's just a me thing. We don't care about this. We don't care about this. And other than that, that person is doing a very, very good job at integrating a new animation ramps. Sassy, hi, welcome on in. What do you mean, are there doubles? Doubles? What? Also, that internet is broken. My audio is doubled and delayed. Just refresh the page. Uh-huh. Maybe that fixes it. I mean, I hope that does. But if it's doubled, that's kind of sad. But yeah, this person is creating something that is interesting for Blender. I don't think most of you have the need for this, but the audio is doubled. That's weird. That is a weird thing. Check this out though. The audio for my voice or for the music and things, because the music is sometimes, I mean, it has two inputs. One of them isn't the case. And we have ass right now. Good job. Good job on ass. I appreciate the ass, as always. I mean, always, but like now. You know. Good. Yeah, no, the voice thing is only this. So it shouldn't have doubled. Is it just you? Like, are other people hearing doubles? Do you have me in two windows? I mean, I wouldn't say no, but you know. Is that what happens? Maybe. Larkham, you sent a thing. No problem for you, Missy. You sent this. Oh, that. That is true. We kind of talked about this. We kind of did. Yeah, it is interesting and weird, and I don't like it. But yeah, I like this one, I think. Not that it matters, but yeah. I feel like it's a stamp of time. Someone who did that. Someone came in for website review and had kind of the same thing. They went through a door on a 3D environment. Okay, same concept. So yeah. I see less and less of this though, to be honest. There is a ton less going through portals, transitions. Or maybe I'm just not on the internet enough. I don't know. Anyways, that detail thing, that person has created something that would help you create an animation ramps by just doing the curve and basically the speed and stops. So when you look at the video from the beginning, which is absolutely broken right now, they basically have this really cool thing where they have the elements itself, and based on how it is and where it's placed, the drone ramps, it basically works with the elements. And so you can see here, if you do more stops at the end, it's going to have like a bit of an ease out. And so that is a bit of an interesting transition overall. It's a weird, good concept, so I kind of like it. But yeah, that's about it on this one. And then I think that's about it. You had 2 things open off my mouth, right? And if you count for 2 viewers, yeah. 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 That's what I said. I appreciate it. More views. More views. I think that's about it. I think that's about it. Not a lot more happened during the weekend, and yeah. But yeah, that's a portal as well. I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, some people are trying to reintroduce, because we used to do that in Alienware design back in 2006. But some people are trying to reintroduce these selectors that are now associated with the camera control button, camera button in on the new iPhones. So these are interesting. I like them as a concept. I feel like most of the usability and use cases are going to be reversed, as in, instead of having it coming up, it's going to come down as an indent, which is what Apple is doing. So I know that this, or the reason why they have made it the other way, is to not be compared to the camera control, which I'm just doing right now. But yeah, overall, this is an interesting design choice. But there is a ton of things that I don't agree with in how and oh cool, and how things may happen. As in, that is an interesting design. I don't know if it's part of the same overall app. I hope it's not, but if it is, and you have this kind of flat design type of thing on one side of the app, on the other side you have the Aqua macOS 10.2 design with the newer Jordan type metal-ish shiny elements, plus the like the other thing that they are working on that feels like a lot of mismatched design that I don't know if I can see working well together. Like it feels newly outdated. I know. But there are things that just don't make sense. Like this one is shiny, but it's gray, so it doesn't shine as much, so you can't really see the importance, and it's not that important based on how it is. So the fact that it has the same treatment kind of is complicated to grasp, and then the header of the table has also that kind of shiny thing. Every time you have an hover on a row, it has the same shiny thing. It feels overwhelming as of from outside right now. I don't know. I don't know. To be checked. To be checked when we have like the full design and the full things. But yeah, that I've been saying that's about it for the past 15 minutes. So I think, yeah, I think that's about it. I want to do these for the app. I want to create like these types of illustration. I just don't have the patience right now to do that. So you know, it yeah, it's gonna happen. It's just not much. Anyways, that is where we stand as of now. It's pretty good. You can use do's. Which do's? I need to illustrate more of the thing that I have already illustrated, which is or are these. Like basically the character elements needs to have like more or less illustration types rendering, as in when I did these, for example, for the dictionaries. I feel like that. Oh yeah, yes, you should. We should have like empty states that are empty, and yeah. Oh shit, I forgot that. God damn it. Also, this just happened. So someone at Apple is currently reviewing the app. Maybe I'm gonna have another thing telling me that it's not validated again, which is cool. But yeah, these things are the type that I kind of want to have illustrated in ways that make sense. And I tried many things for like the existing elements, but yeah, it feels weird and not good enough as of now. So it makes sense for me to not be good enough as of now, because it's not. And I also didn't spend much time on that. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, yes. You may, I don't know if I will be a great help, because the only thing that you can have or that you should have is one element is growing, and then when the content is or when the inside of that element is at a stage where the content can be visible, the content behind it needs to be faded in. So if you look at the one that you shared, like specifically this one, I think is going to be the best rendering. Like here, that transition right there, there is one frame here. That's when the portal stop and the content appear. It just appears transparent. And then after that, there is the reveal, which is scaling and an animated mask. But then yeah, like you have a bit of a video here, which is on scroll, like frame by frame on scroll. And then there, it's a reveal with an animated mask to have like that effect. That's the first one. When you look at the other options, it's kind of the same thing. It's the same idea. You will have like a frame, like right here, for example, right there, right here. You can probably not see that, but right here you have the content that kind of loads in an image type, so that it is distorted by the video itself. And then the more we reach through, also the pixelization of that is kind of annoying. But this is a video you can probably see right here how the Mac and the person kind of faded in into a new video format, or a secondary video. So there is a fade in between the two, and then you go through the content. But yeah, that's it. It's basically just matching the right position of the bitch, not that, the right position of the fade transition. So right here, nothing, 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 nothing. Right, this has nothing in it yet. And then after here, which is when the content is fully wide open and loaded, then and only then can we scroll through the rest of the content, which is basically saying that there is a transition mask on that. But yeah, that's about it. It's not, as I said, it's not that complicated. It's just gonna need you to define where you have your match cut and your infinite cut in your transition. Other than that, that's it. It's just video, like on scroll, or sorry, let me rephrase that. Scroll controlled video. So there is, as always, I think they just did one. Let's check the resources. Yeah, it's right there. They have a scroll triggered animation, and this is like based on scroll. So it's the exact same content and concept. So yeah. It seems like the effect is reversed from what I want in Framer. Well, you could do... I wouldn't recommend it. You can build the whole thing in code, as in code in Framer, or no code, as in having all the page and the transition and the content and all the thing that slides in. You can, but it would be way easier to have something like this, having a video element that is there. And what happens here is that the scroll trigger is probably, I mean, I don't know, but it's probably a part
Ezra
of the video.
0W is now following.
Ezra, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate that. So yeah, the scroll trigger is probably not a thing. Text-wise, I think it's part of the video, but I might be wrong. It's just like anything on the page is going to be in a video file thing, and then on scroll it's just animate based on that. So I think you should do that. Unicorn is going to be okay. It's not going to be the best option for that, though. But for the effect, yes, 100%. And we've talked about it many times, and I'm currently looking at that shiny effect to add to the elements on my landing page, because, you know, I mean, they are shiny. So if we could have like a real shiny thing on the page, it would be pretty cool. I don't think you would be able to have the whole website with SVG resizings. I mean, yes, you can. But um, yeah. I think if you wanted to do the whole website in a portal way, like something that goes through a portal, uh, shit. I think Spline is gonna be better for you because you could animate the entire transition through like a 3D element, even though the rendering or the preview of the thing is gonna be like kind of flat. As in you have your flat way of rendering the website. But then if you scroll in, it's just gonna do that. Like when you scroll, that happens, and then on scroll, it might just fade into something different. Like this is not an impossible task here, for example, to have the entire frame go through. Can I do that? This transition, for example, like that on scroll with spline, having this, for example, just align with the wall, and then have a scroll that just goes through that page is extremely simple. It is simpler than doing it with an SVG format thingy. So from a me point of view, bitch, why are you so far off? You know, that seems like an easier thing to do, but that's a me point of view, which means that it might not be true. But this would be an easier way to animate because in the not the effector, but it's the what the fuck is that thing? Is it in the scene? Is it not in the scene? Is it in the? It might be. I no. I think they won't. Stoney, I don't think they will. Also, it's in review. It's been 14 minutes, so if they just started me testing the app, like thoroughly testing the app, the entire thing, it take me about 4 minutes. So with them that don't know exactly what can be done and how things work, yeah. I have my guesses on what they will say on what doesn't work or what works. Anyways, in the effectors in there, as far as I remember, we have the ability to get like some sort of a transition and things that are based on user activities. So for me, when I did the skulls for my backgrounds, which technically this one is not necessary for me, like these ones have had or have the ability to move through space based on the cursor placement, but also they have somehow the ability to move and scroll through the page or the landing page in a way that makes sense. If that makes sense. Like the event listener here, there is the look at, but there was also the scroll. I think I can listen to scroll and ensure that the on scroll, for example, if I scroll from point A to point B, things could happen differently. So I could have, for example, the state of an element change based on the scroll on the page. So have all of the scrolls kind of rotate down when the page is scrolling down. That could be a thing. Nonetheless, that's not a thing that I want to do, so I'm going to remove that. So, Spline is going to be really useful for you to do this in terms of going from a portal to another place of the website, because that way you can have something like, let me see if I can see. And this one that I had a second ago was pretty good, but something like this or something like this could really happen. I don't see a thing. You know what? I can do that. Let's say I'm starting this on the website right now. Not the case as of right now, but it might be at some point. I don't know. I have the phone. Cool. That seems like a good answer, Sturdy. I think you are the only one who have answered the poll, but yes. If I'm here, I can have an event on this, right? There is a thing else, again, being that on scroll, there is a transition, or there is an animation, or there is something that happens, and that animation itself is going to be some of the things that have been defined. So if I look at the mouse down, there is a transition. Transition is going from current to state. And so that way I can say, instead of doing this, I'm just going to do a transition. And the transition is going to be from current to state. So now, if I'm here and I start scrolling, right, it rotates while scrolling. So now here, I'm kind of in a free rotation, which is kind of sad. But if I was on a regular website, this would be like a bit more automated and fixed in terms of how they perceive the scroll. So that's a thing that would happen, if that makes sense. You don't have to build all of the thing in 3D. And again, there is a ton of resources that exist that can give you like basically the elements that you are looking for directly in 3D. But the main point that I have is that doing a donuts or doing like a visual whole in 3D that pops in based on the scroll from 1,200 pixels, for example, to less than that. So it just slides in, so it covers the existing content. And then from here, it just grows because it's 3D, it doesn't lose resolution. And then after that, it just fades out. But because you passed the camera in terms of 3D space, you are in the hole. So that's a thing. Are you telling me that you want to do the regular things? Is that... Did I do my workshop things from earlier? Why do we have a 50-50 now? That makes no sense. It might be this one. I have some doubts. Might be this one. Yeah, I think it is. You wanna... God damn it. Wanna do things like this? Like basically these elements are separated in order for the parallax to do and work. And you probably want to go through mountains, I guess. But yeah, like in Figma and any other things, it's gonna be... Dang. You're gonna need some layers, that's all I'm saying. I think I'm gonna move on to that topic. Because other than that, I don't think I can help more than this. As in, the spline is going to be the easiest thing to have, like a 3D transformation in the browser without really impacting performance and or really impacting the user experience. Then video based is going to be the easiest way to implement, though you will lose quality if the user doesn't have enough bandwidth to load the whole video upfront. And then doing it by hand with SVG transformation is going to be a lot of work for no rewards. Let's be honest here. Like it's these transitions again. I'm gonna say that again. These transitions are only there for designers. There is no regular users that would see this and say, how did they do that? They will say, oh, that's a cool transition. I had to scroll 6 times longer than usual to achieve the exact same content. That is the thing. So the rewards is not not there. Like that transition, why? I don't know. That transition, I learned nothing. I lost 5 scrolls. This one is fine. This one as a whole is better than the other ones, mainly because it's just a sliding in. And it's just regular content. And you saw the thing that you were about to see a second ago. So that transition makes sense. But still. So other than that, yes, I think, but I like them because I'm a designer, and so it makes sense to me to have a think about it and say, oh, how the fuck did they do that? Other than that, probably not a good idea. But this is, yeah, score media component in Framer directly is going to be all you need, and doing it in After Effects somewhere first, and then importing it here is going to be exactly what you need, because that's going to take you the time it needs to take you to do the video, but then after that you're kind of good. So yeah, I'm gonna go here. You're planning to do a website for wedding. Do you see how meaningless it is. First of all, the people that are getting the wedding might see it once. The people that are invited probably already know that they are invited, and the potentiality of them opening the website is kind of low. Once the wedding is passed, well, it's passed. So unless this is the website that will host the wedding photos, the videos, the content afterwards, why not? But if you have been in a wedding before, there is a Facebook page, there is a WhatsApp group, there is a personal text group, and that's it for the pictures and all the things. Usually it's a Facebook group. So, get it? You want to do a website for that? And I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm just saying that it's the efforts that you're putting in for the output that will be done on your side, and how much it's gonna be seen and or appreciated is kind of 99% effort for 0.1% views. I kinda sad about that. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I don't think you need to. Yeah, but think about the other side of this. If you don't manage to do it, think about it. I don't doubt your abilities, but think about it. Let's say you don't. You get the thing, and it doesn't work. You will rush out something, and yeah, you know, you know how things work. I'm not saying that you don't have the skills. I'm just saying that right now, with the thing that you're talking about and the time you have to do them, I don't know if it's a good idea. You know, debatable. Need to check. Need to ensure that, yeah. I would give you this to encourage and support, which I will probably never encourage and support a wedding, but that's fine. I'm gonna encourage and support the website. Do the website as fast as you can, with as much things as you want to have that are not crazy impressive things. And then, and only then, when you are satisfied, which you will never be, but when you are satisfied with the bare minimum, better than the basic template that they were about to go with, think about the rest. Right now, I don't know where you are in that process. And yeah. Yes. So do that first. Don't think about the website. Like, think about what needs to be done now or as soon as possible. The RSVP cards are kind of necessary, to be done. And then once you have the illustration that you kind of want to have as well as a matching point on the website and the cards, because you need the connection in between the two, then you can move on to the website because you would have the illustration, yes. But don't start thinking about the website now. You are wasting time and I mean, not money, but you're wasting time. A lot of it. A lot of time. So again, work on the bare minimum that you're comfortable in sharing. As in, this feels okay to be a wedding website. It doesn't have the transition that I wanted to have. It just have a basic transition here, but it works. And then you put some more work in the transition, but at least, right? That's the main point. At least the people that are getting a wedding just get a website that they can share, and maybe in between now and the wedding date, you do some updates, and these updates help bring more stuff in the website. Story, that's interesting as a concept, but yeah. Since I've been working on voiceover things on the iPhone, it's a bit of a simpler behavior, but also more constrained. As in, yeah. I only have like a very limited amount of moves that exist. Like I have the one finger swipe forward or backward to move to the next element or the previous elements, that's it. Or the two finger up or down to select sections. And then the other thing that I can do, then long press and scroll to select specific in a page. The thing is, the long press and basically position is wherever, and I can tap on whatever the fuck I want. But it's an interesting way of navigating. It's not a D-pad, but it is limiting in the way that I can't really have the similar thing as we talked about before. Like, for example, if I am on this view right there, and I have the grid, and I'm selecting the one that is shining in the center right there, I can't go down. I can only go left or right on the screen to go to the next character in row, because this entire view has been built with a for each. So it's basically just for each with the index, when it should do a for each in chunks of 5 in order for me to be able to go down. But if I do that, we end up with the exact same thing that we talked about for you last time, which is if I'm on the last character in a row and I'm going down, it's gonna go into the first one of the next instead of the last one, which is not making any sense, which is okay. But that's the way that voiceover works, so I can't really go around that. I can route them in batches. It's just bad. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. So yeah, but it's an interesting thing. I don't think that's a good idea for me to do that, but oh shit, yeah, no, I can't do that. Basically here, I'm currently selecting the controller thing, and on swiping on the screen, I can only swap left or right to navigate through characters. So that's a thing, and then double tap on the screen will open said character. So I had to add these buttons at the top to ensure that the navigation on VoiceOver have like a bit of an easier way to pull out of a view or pull out of a sheet elements has been kind of annoying. At least the navigation through the tab bar through everything is kind of making a lot of sense, and it just works. It's just a bit complicated in terms of importance. The bottom navigation is always the most important thing, which makes sense, right? You select all of the tabs that you have, and then once you are out of the bottom navigation, you go back to the exact top of the view that you moved in, which is to me kind of counterintuitive. But also, I'm not someone that doesn't have vision impairments. And again, someone with vision impairment learning a language or using an app that is requiring you to visually see things. Good job on landing right next to the target. That was really good. Right, it kind of makes no sense to me, but overall the navigation kind of works, and here I need to absolutely fix this, and I probably think that this is what they will tell me I can't have, because as you can probably tell right now, the selector is selecting one of the shiny stars. Codrin, hi, welcome on in. And so it's moving from star to star in the star index that is randomly placed on the view, and then it goes through the numbers of one, and then another star, and then another star, and then it's out. Good job on landing. But yeah, other than that, after this we have most of the navigation options that kind of works. But it's a complicated thing. But it's good. It's a good, to me, good base, good starting point, good everything to make sure that I have like most of the basic navigation options in VoiceOver, so that accessibility is there. It's really important to me to have like the accessibility. It's just that the accessibility itself that is for visually impaired people doesn't compute in my head that a visually impaired person is going to look at or is going to use an app that is for reading. Because that makes no sense. If it was an app for speaking, I wouldn't really care about it. But because it's an app for reading and learning new characters and new words, it's not something that someone that can't see would need, at least to me, in my views. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I hope I am. Though the other thing that exists, which is not a visual impairment, it's a motor impairment for people that don't have the ability to move their arms, for example. Having the ability to navigate through the app with their nose or with something that is better. So we have that now, which is good. I'm happy with the output. And I fixed this though. I ensure that the stroke or streak bar doesn't, that thing right there, doesn't take the children. Don't take the children. Then, because otherwise that's really bad. It's just select the output or the outer elements and then the inner things. Codrin, how have you been? How is everything? That is going to be my question to you. I also need to do this because that is pissing me off. The poll is on top of the chat for the past 15 minutes and I couldn't see things. I'm pretty good. I finished the app. I sent it for review. They said no. I sent it back. They are currently reviewing it. and I haven't had an update for the past 20 minutes. 40 minutes now. So maybe they will say no again. I don't know. I mean, I got mail. What I see is pixels. There. It's more potato quality than a potato quality. I'm impressed. I'm impressed by the potato. So that works. What's the issue then? What's the problem? It works. I mean, to me, it does all the things that it needs to do, and it works pretty well. What do you mean just broke? Did it broke? Like from here to later, it doesn't break? Or you mean this? The fact that it scroll in? Then just remove avatar. It just breaks on avatar. Remove avatar, you know. It's not that hard. Like, remove Black Butler. So I don't have crashes. Same things. Same things. I don't know. I feel like it's, I mean, to me, from what I'm seeing here, it may have a bit of a glitch once where you are at the end of a carousel and you go down and it kind of jolt on the side. I don't think this is that much of an annoyance for users to be considered as a bug. Like, it's gonna be annoying if this is a navigation that they use 99% of the time. The thing is, based on what we have planned, I think this is not the navigation we would have. We would have the main grid view overall, and it's going to be enough. Like, people will be able to see their section, go into the see more section, for example, and then see the grid, navigate the grid, find the thing they want with no issues. I feel like it's not. I feel like it's a non-issue. But I mean, you decide. You decide. Which also, I'm pretty impressed that no one has used a check-in yet. I mean, not no one, but just one person has used a check-in so far, which is kind of sad. It's kind of sad. I feel like Larkham should have used a check-in immediately, but didn't. Can I do that? I can do that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're the only one who read the title. That, yeah. That's the thing. That is the thing. It's not a better calculation, but it's a more interesting calculation. I can see. I can see that. I can see you don't have any fucking idea that what I'm talking about is interesting to you. I kind of put it in place specifically for you, in a way. Kinda, not really, almost. Almost. I'm gonna see if I can. I don't think I can. I'm gonna see if I can get back the streak value. I don't think I can with TMI. I don't think I have this data yet. But if I could just update everyone to that number so that it counts the same way that it counted already, that could be pretty interesting. But yeah, that is that's the thing. The initial ID, which I kind of showcased-ish, bitch, made a mistake. The initial ID for the animations is the game center animation that happens when I'm just doing this, and you have like the bubble that is supposed to pop in at the top based on like content. But right now, obviously, because I just restarted and I'm recording, or it's plugged in, it doesn't work, not immediately at least. But yeah, that animation is at the top that I kind of saved multiple times. This is the initial ID for the top thing. Right now it just slides in from the top. I tried to do the expanding, it just broke many times, so I had to revert it. That animation that just happened. God damn it. The main thing that I can't do is, I mean, I can do it, but it's kind of annoying, is to have the background blur behind it, because it is a background blur pill, and because it's a browser source, having the ability to do that directly in OBS is kind of feasible, but annoying. So yeah, that's a place where Estonia would be appreciated. Me doing this and touching these files, which I know I didn't organize properly, but it's fine. It's okay. But yeah, that thing has been pretty good. It's just the animation that just doesn't work, and I tried. At some point, I'll figure it out. But yeah, the overall transitions is just making no sense. At one point, that will happen. Anyways, so we had a bit of a chat earlier about the, and not animation, but like illustration that I kind of want to have. Stoney, you said that you wanted this as well. I do agree with you that it would be pretty interesting to have on your side. We talked about it a while ago, and we didn't really have any idea of what to put in there. In the community tab on Figma, we have these right here, which we can use a ton of them. A lot of them are already pretty good and could pretty much work for what you need, though there is a ton of specificity that I think would be much better to have. But we could have, or could take, one of these as a base and just work up from there, if that's interesting to you. I think, again, the main illustration that you need is going to be no media, no server, or no, not connected to server, no server available, and that's about it. You tell me if I'm wrong on that, but I feel like that's about it. You have like no file, no folder, no connection, no server available. If that's the case, it's a pretty easy thing to do. I think. I think we had these in the beginning. Kind of looked at them, but they're not that good. We use these on here. Like as a base. We use it kind of the same thing, but I get it. I get it. It's not that good. It's fine, but it's not good. So it's only if you give me like the list, which apparently you don't have. But yeah, no library, servers, movies, shows, genre, music, artist, album. I mean, offline is not connected to the same thing. Loading is not an empty state. Loading is a loading state. If you're not connected and you're off, I mean, if you're offline, you're not connected. If you're not connected, you might not be offline, but you have no connection to the thing. Yeah, so that's no server. It's a different thing. It is different. But library, shows, genre, music, artist, album, these are the same, exact same illustration. It's just a folder that is empty. And server is the server icon. Playlist is the same. Server is the server icon without something. And that works, I guess. Sorry, I'm building the illustration in my head. That is a big one. But go fine. We'll go on it. How have you been? How was TwitchCon? Wasn't TwitchCon? Was it TwitchCon that you were at? I think you were at TwitchCon. And that's the last thing I saw from you. Yeah. I haven't seen any news on your side since then. I think I've seen the picture with other members of the claw there, I think. So, yeah, I know. It's been a while. It's bad. I know. I kind of like these, but I also don't like these for you, Stony, specifically. Mainly because they make no sense. There. That might be the reason, yeah. Oh. That makes no sense. That mouse hovering makes no sense. I'm just looking for references. Because this is the base. Like, this is a good base as a personal point of view. I think that's pretty good, specifically for you, Sterling, on the app and the content. But then the rest is kind of not good enough to have or use as a starting point. So, yeah. I don't think that I'm gonna use that as a base. And then the other one that we have, which are like more complex and more common, are not that good. Like, I love these for myself because it makes sense to me, but it's just, it doesn't match. I mean, it could match, but it doesn't match the app. Not entirely. So, but I love these. And like, have you said you like these? The black and white? We could go with these. Sorry, let me rephrase that. We could go with these styles. As in, these are embossed things because you have implemented or you want to implement something that is kind of the opposite when you have like logos and loading screens and splash screens and all that. So having like the empty deep in the website could be an interesting take. I don't think it would work entirely most of the time, but it might be an interesting thing to have. Concept-wise, these are really bad in terms of radius and highlights and shapes. Like, no shapes work here. Yeah, that makes no sense. Other than that, you know, I cannot check teen because if they have others, you know, other things. Yeah, these are fun. That's good content right there. Yeah, I really like these. It doesn't work for you, but I really like these. The only one that could potentially work is this one, because we could get rid of that. Like, that whole section right there, and then you have an empty box, and that is an empty whatever. But that's not good enough. That is not good enough. But I like him. I like him a lot. I like the cat eyes as well, but that's a different thing. Anyways. Oh, goddamn. Well, the app has been rejected. Why, though? That's the question. Let me check that. Oh, it's not even in my emails yet. It's on my phone, but not on my emails. Huh? I mean, they say they rejected the app 3.0 business preamble and 3.1.2 business payment subscriptions, which we began a review, but we are unable to continue because we need additional information about your app. Specifically, can you confirm that $200 is the intended price for your app in-app purchase product lifetime? Yes. Once we receive the confirmation, we will continue a review, which is good, so I can just send them a message with that. Jan, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? And then business payment subscription, the submission does not include all the required information from app offering auto renewal subscription. This includes the following requirements in the binary title for auto renewing subscription, which is already there, which may be the same as the in-app purchase product name, which is there, the length of the subscription, which is there, the price of the subscription, which is there, the functional links to the privacy and to the service, which is there, and then the app method must also include functional links to the privacy policy, which is there. So I need to send them a message to understand what that is, because yes, that makes no sense to me. But at least I like the top section saying, thank you for your effort to following our guidelines. There are still some issues that needs your attention. If you have any question, we are here to help, which is good. So I got accepted, but not rejected. I got accepted because it passes, but they seems to not see things properly. So I just need to send them a feedback thing. Also, they are extremely fast. I'm really impressed with that. But yeah, I think it's just the $200 because it's a round number, another $199. Because 200 seems like an arbitrary number. It's high. It was supposed to be 420, but you know. Jonathan, hi, welcome on in. I'm pretty good. I got my app rejected by Apple for the second time today. So I need to figure it out. I will need to craft a bit of a message response with probably some screenshots Um, yeah, the thing that I don't understand is that they said the submission did not include all the required information for app offering auto renewal subscriptions. The apps offering auto renewal subscription must include all of the following required information in the binary, which is the title, the length, the price, and the functional links to things. Which, when again, I'm looking at the app, the places where these happen is here, where you have yearly, which is the name of the subscription, the price, which is $69, the length, which is per year, and then the functional links to the privacy policy and the terms of use at the bottom of the page right there. And you have the same thing for the monthly and the same thing for the lifetime, which I understand that when you see that 200 rounded numbers, it looks like it's out of place because all of the other ones are like 69 and not 70 and 7.99, which is not, that. But yeah, also I don't understand why I'm in dollars right now, but yeah, I'm in dollars right now. So that needs to happen. Oh, I'm probably not connected to the internet. That's what happens. I see. So yeah, other than that, yeah. All right, now it tells me the right thing. That's the right price. Yeah, I will just message them. I will do that after stream though, because I'm not typing the message reply now. When did you got the 1.5 badge? Well, the last time you subbed, probably. But it's cool that is the reason. It's kind of sad because it was already the reason the first time that they rejected it, but it's just that they can't see or read the prices. So yeah. I started to make infographics for them so it's very easy to understand the app. Sometimes they are just lazy. Huh. I see. As in, you mean infographics for explaining how the app works? Yeah. If that's the case, yeah, I might do that. I think I need to do like a bit of a presentation thing where I kind of showcase most of the things. I don't know if I can. If I reply, can I attach files? I can. Cool. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Because yeah. Jensen, I know the feeling. Yes. I have had so many issues with some of the previous company that I've worked at in God damn it, and basically having them say this is gonna be the most challenging part of the year, where we need to have everyone on board, and then the CEO takes 2 months vacation. The CTO takes a month and a half of vacation, comes back for 1 week, goes back in 3 weeks vacation. The team lead decides to take a month of vacation, and they all said it's that time when we need to all be there, and they all leave when they said that. It makes absolutely no sense. It was amazing when that happened. And then they had the balls to complain about the fact that things were not moving forward. Goddamn, sometimes killing people is a good idea. Anyways, let me do that. Does that work because I'm on the same network? Yes, I am. Cool. Go on. What did you hear? What are you asking a question about? 0.5x? Oh, flatlining them. I've had some French famous rapper downstairs filming a video and giving out some merch to just loud people for no fucking reason, like in my street. That makes no sense. And yeah, a grenade would have been appreciated, as always. That makes no sense to me. Anyways. I guess I need to have like more. Which one grenade? I don't know. I don't know who they are, but just the fact that there was about 150 people downstairs in front of a van just giving out merch in plastic bags as if they were going to send them as delivery, like packages, and just didn't. Therefore, they needed to give it for free. And the hoodies were just black hoodie with white text in big bold ass letter, and I couldn't read them. But just yeah, I don't know who they are. I don't know what they do. I don't know if they are that famous. But yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Anyways, let me do this. I feel like this is gonna be the segment that we need to have. And I'm gonna do that right there. Lol. This is 110. What the fuck? I need to figure things out because this is bad. This is bad. Let me split it. So, if you have never used Nisa Text is a very good and useful plugin that basically split text or join text layers. And so right here, for example, I will be able to just split anything that needs to be splitted and then use that together. Aha, I see. So these are the first block, this is the second block, so these three, for example, kind of need to be joined back together. And then here, same thing, these needs to be joined back together. And now we have both of our blocks, and that's good. This is really cool. I do appreciate most of it. Let's make that regular. Let's do that 32, I guess. That we have both of these, and then here 150%. It's gonna be far enough for this to make sense. And then same thing here. I forgot one letter. You know what? 140 is going to be enough. 150 is a bit too much. So these two, if I'm doing that as something that makes sense. I don't, to be honest, I don't think the initial like question is necessary to have in the infographic that I'm gonna do for this. So let's just do that. Let's ensure that we have enough space in between the things and that we can or could have each of our bullet points into one elements, maybe? Gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. This thing is gonna be bullet list right there. That makes sense. And then this is just gonna be the top element and the bottom element for now. That is a bad move from me. I like how I just showed you how Nisa works, and I just decided to do that by hand again. Just a force of habit. Just a force of habit. It's fine though. So, main point being, here what we want to do is ensure that these are readable enough for the people that review things. But then, title of the renewing things, there I need that. You know what? Gonna do that the other way around. I don't think this is a good idea. God damn it. Just to piss you off. This is... I'm kidding. Yeah. This new UI is just shit, to be honest. Well, technically now I will need multiple lines for these as well. It's kind of sad, but yeah. I feel like the price of the subscription needs to be happening before. So I'm gonna just swipe or swap these two, if that makes sense. I think you probably have an issue on those pages not related to what Apple said it needs to be free. It is free already. That's the thing. It is already free. So yeah. I mean, the app is free and is accessible for free, so that's the thing. Bitch, why? Ah. Hmm. Like him? Good job. On getting discouraged. That happens. I guess like the subscription did not include all the requirements information from the app, which is like the title of the renewing subscription, which is there, the price of the subscription, which is there, the length, which is there, the functional links to the privacy policy, which is there, and then the app also must include the functional links to the privacy policy, which I'm guessing what they are talking about is that I need to have these links somewhere else in the app, which is exactly what we currently have in the settings. I'm gonna just put that in settings. Say that again. I'd increase a little bit the font size of the privacy policy in terms of views. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Red, hi, welcome on in. How's you? How have you been? Let's do 0.5, because that's the same size. Yeah, I told you I would not finish TV. So yes, I didn't. That makes sense. So that tracks. I told you you have all of the components that you need already. You have just the need for the layouts, and I gave you the layouts. Can I just do that? Very, yes. I guess. Can I create a section with that and then do that without it breaking? No, I can't. Cool. Good to know. Well, let's not use a section then. Yeah, I guess. This, though, is a 3,500 pixel wide image by 9. So let me do that again. This is a 4,000 pixel wide by 2,000 pixel wide image. This is kind of big. Like your mom. You know. The usual. I guess this is gonna be fine. I guess this is gonna be okay. Yes, these get like a bit of a dot placement so that I have these. Ah, no, that pisses me off. That's bad. Can I just do this? I guess. It's gonna be fine. Explanation, I guess. I mean, if it works, that's gonna be good, I guess. Let me export that and send that in somewhere. I'm gonna choose that, do a JPEG. Yeah, no, that's true. That is true. Explanation.jpg. I'm gonna run it through ImageOptim instead of doing nothing about it because it needs to be optimized with that size. You finally fully migrated to Arc when it's about to die. That's impressive. Good job. It moved to Android though, so that's pretty good as a starting point. But yeah, it's about to die. Sorry about that. Basically, the CEO decided to move on to another product, and so a lot of people that have been using Arc and expecting it to believe and perdure are just saying, well, since the main team is not as interested in Arc by itself anymore, it's just gonna kind of remain as is with no major improvements. So if that happens, yeah. But we'll see. I'm hopeful that it doesn't. But otherwise, I feel like it's gonna be a Firefox type of situation where it's good, but there is less and less people going there, which is sad. But also, it's Chromium behind it, so yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't think so. And based on the other product that they have hinted to, or kind of roughly highlighted. Yeah, it seems like it's yeah. You can translate word for words. Oh shit, I need a... Thanks a lot for reviewing the app. Yes, I can confirm. $200.00 is the intended price. Intended price for the lifetime plan. Explanation. Chart, I guess. Because all of the points in 3.5 are 3.12 are in the app. Be present in the app. But I might be wrong. You know, I love to debate. They are filling the owner of the ball. That is interesting. I guess it's... Yeah. I think I understand the rough meaning. Request modification, provide information requested, providing more information to help. If you have an available TSI, what is it? Fucking TSI. Technical support something. You can submit a code level technical support request, which I'm guessing it's probably a technical support ID identifier. The developer technical support DTS engineers. It makes no sense. Sent. We'll see. Did I make a mistake in my typing? My dyslexia took over. Most of the messages I sent earlier were based on Claude writing. Can confirm that $200 is the intended price of the lifetime plan, which is not a plan. Attach an explanation chart because of the point listed. I forgot an S. Points listed in 3.1.2 seems to be already present in the app. Let me know. We'll see. We'll see if that works. That's an interesting thing. They've been pretty fast, though. I'm really happy with that. But if, like, in messages, like just exchanging messages is that fast, then I'm kind of good with it. I'm kind of good with it, though. Shenton, I think you are right. To an extent. On the interesting. On the plan view, maybe these 2 buttons right there, maybe could take on like a bit of a bigger size. Good job on landing. But that sounds like something that I would not even think about. Yeah, so that's a good thing that you think about that. The font is currently in footnote. I'm guessing if I'm going into not footnote and I'm going into the call out or body, it's going to be bigger, which I don't like, but you know what? I'm going to test it out. Yeah, Jonathan, it's the plan. If they're trying to achieve and buy a plan, or they're looking at the plan, and I want them to fat finger into the buy the plan now button, and then they have the model that says, oh, it's that's the privacy policy type of thing, and therefore you just have like a fat fingering. That sounds weird. Off the button, and we're good with that. This is a bit tight, to be honest, but I don't have a choice. I mean, I do have a choice, but I don't have a choice. $24. I guess I'm gonna do that. Also, I'm looking at it from the point of view of the iPhone SE, which is not a good thing, but it still works. So, you know, that's bad. I mean, this still works, but that is bad. I guess. I guess. You made a higher quality video. I like to remove. What the fuck are you talking about? What in the hell? Oh, a higher quality recording for the bug. That's what you're talking about. That was. It works. That's all we need. I don't know if I like the theme switching on the navigation. I get it, but that is a long ass video. God damn it! Where's my playback button? How much complaining do you want me to do? Because I can. You tell me. You tell me. Specifically for mobile. That sort of thing that just makes no sense. I am currently. I'm giving you the option. Here we have a bit of an issue. You have the marker for the amount of episodes you have on a movie? No. No. And that is pretty interesting to have that right there for no reason. But okay. And then I don't know. I don't know. I think it would be better if it was rounded. You know, something like I think what I did. I think. I'm not sure now. Making me doubt. I don't even think I did the music player. Oh, you know what? I know I didn't. That's even worse. Yeah, I didn't. I did the rounded button though, so that yeah. Yeah. No, the content is good. It's just the button. I'm not sure that it's good on mobile, at least to have. It's just a matter to change the radius. That's about it. That's all you need. And also to match these if you kept the buttons that I made here, which are closer to the TV. I would rather do that. The square button as fine. It works with the rest of the app, or specifically the rest of the website. But yeah, other than that, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about the switch of theme. In the tab bar, it feels weird, specifically when you switch to green, like right here. It felt weird to go from that purple to green, like that green, or that instantly. But if you have the square here and the square here, that works. It's just consistency across pages. Again, I don't really care. The rest of these is pretty good. I would highly recommend you to learn about something called clipping or radius, because what the fuck is that? How? It's just a line. I know, it's the highlight. It's the highlight at the top because you use the line instead of using a border. I get it. But goddamn. And yeah, this whatever. The background should be the other way around. So you should have like a bit of a why? Why? Spitic thanks a lot for the resub for 3 months. I appreciate that. I also feel like there is no alerts going on, which is kind of sad. So the tip, the 3-second tip. I know, me too. But the 3-second tip is just like gray and color of the theme. Yes. The white background, no. The white background needs to be an opacity or something that makes sense so that we understand that this is the track and not the thumb. It's not really called a thumb, but in there. So, yeah. basically what we have done, I guess. I guess I did it. But yeah, basically this. So you have the thumb, the progress, and then the background is just lower intensity. Right now, your full white is just a bit KKK white, you know, all that. Too white for me. So changing that will help for sure. For sure. Other than that, the rest is good. Because, you know, I can still say things that are good. But yeah, the buttons are working, the previews are working, this is working. I'm just unsure about the background here. The rest is good. I'm confused about 2x2 or 2x many, but it's not really an issue. And then I get it. You wanted to have like a bit more visible thumb for the scroll. I don't think it's necessary. I feel like if you had the thing transparent, it would work as well, or the same. So yeah, that's gonna be the only thing on that section, other than the top and bottom padding. But then you know that. I want to point it out. That's a lot of pixels. The music section is fine. The previous music section is fine, and the player is okay. This is kind of weird, but it's the light mode. I don't make the rules. You haven't, yeah. That's fine. I like it. Done. We good. Yeah. Did we have like an alert for this? I don't think we did. Like it was there, but I don't think we had an alert for this. Like I don't think we had an alert for these as well. Kind of sad about it. We have as, reverse as. That's a prolapsed. That's kind of sad. What the fuck was I doing? This. That's what I was doing. I need something specific, which is in the, or currently in my dictionary detail view. And in here, I think I have a check. Yes, I do. I should have. Oh, I do have in my bottom action, if that's what I need right here. Because in my plan view right now, I think the sizes of things, like the spacing of the 32 that I had a second ago that I touched this one, I feel like it needs to be based on the device, as in if the device has a home button, it's gonna be kind of 8, and if it doesn't, it's gonna be like 32, or maybe I can do 16:8. So I have like both things, and it kind of works. It also kind of matched with this thing, which is fine. And I'm also now thinking if I can have that with the UI button existing, kind of changing this value as well, that would be pretty good to ensure I just get that that width, that max width, to be max width, as in there. Like the 300 is probably gonna be on the bigger phones, but yeah, I could also probably do a 340, to be honest, to make it just pass, but like, that's a lot. It's a bit of an off view. It feels weird, but at least we have everything in one view. If I do 320, it's just gonna break once for the future dictionary right there. I'm gonna try that. I should have done the opposite. On smaller phone, it's a bit smaller, doesn't take as much space, and I'm kind of good with it. And then if I have a bigger phone, as in this one or whatever, let's take the 13 mini. I've been switching phone in the preview every 15 minutes while testing to ensure that the things just match and are good. But god dang, it's been annoying. The length of time it takes for these bitches to just load is crazy. Ah yeah, that's a bit tight. That's a bit tight, isn't it? I guess 32 at the top is not necessarily the good one. I'm gonna try 24, but 24 seems like kinda no good. Ugh. It works. It works. I've also been trying to test. I mean, I can't, but virtually test on iOS 17. And any tutorial that I've seen, maybe Jan, maybe you can explain. I'm saying Jan again, Jan. Explain how I can add a device with iOS 17 in here, because I have tried so many times to go into the management destination or management devices, all of that, and add an Apple XR running iOS 17 that is always displayed in the destination, and it's just not in there. And I don't get it. So, you know, shit happens. Haha, that's why. That's why. I see. Alright. Cool. And then this, let me add on top of the padding, I'm gonna have padding bottom. You know what? I'm not gonna have, I mean, the padding bottom is gonna help a ton to separate it from the button, for sure. But now if I'm using that same padding, addition, it's gonna break on small phone, and I don't want to have like another of these. of 0.16 option. I mean, it's a fine option. It's just gonna be a mess. But it's an option. It works. Yeah, it might be better. Man Brave, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? So that's pretty good so far. Also, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about things from the review that they sent me. When you ask, like, is this really $200 as the intended price? And on my side, in the in-app purchases, which is like right there, or even in the subscription section, which I have kind of submitted, the not the yearly, but like the lifetime subscription, which is right here, is stating that it is $200. I feel like you should have access to that, but yeah, I don't know why they rejected it. That's the thing. I'm trying to figure it out, but it's just like not making any fucking sense. Is it because the screenshots that are here are not the same thing? I don't know. I don't know. 444. Interesting. Good job on in brain installing the motherboard. Is it better? I mean, it's the motherboard. It doesn't change shit. And you say developer action needed, but for what? Oh. Is that the display name issue that they have? Because the exclamation mark is not the same? That might be it. Yes, that's that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. They just sent me a message saying, would you please add terms of use on app description via App Store Connect? It is already in place. What the fuck? That makes no sense. It. I don't get it. Would you please add terms of use on app description via App Store Connect? What the fuck did that mean? Are they saying that I need to have the terms of use on the app description text that needs to go in the information? Like in the description? It seems, I mean, it's the App Store. The thing that pisses me off is that they asked for, like, the terms of use to be linked if I'm using the regular Apple Store terms of use, which I did. And now they're, like, saying something different, which is really... I don't get it. Yeah, the App Store, the Apple App Store. On the end of the description, you would have like something like terms of use with a link or something. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna just reply to the message and say, do you mean adding hello again, you know, because inside of the app description that will be displayed on the I mean, Reddit in general sucks, but yes. I mean, if that's the case, I'm just gonna do that right now while they are just reading this, just in case. Promotional description, blah 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 blah, and then I'm just adding terms of use. Boop boop. I don't know. I need to use Reddit, and it pisses me off, but I need to use Reddit way more. I mean, not way more, but like at least a little to promote the app, because it feels like, or at least as far as I know, it's a pretty good way to get like the app jump started, because you have a better, greater community and all that. But yeah, I also need to take a look at how's it called? Product Hunt page and put it in place. Someone on Twitter said, on Twitter, on Threads, some places, I think it was Twitter, someone that is from Product Hunt. I don't know how legit that is and how easy it is to be from Product Hunt, but someone from Product Hunt has been kind of following the app developments and trying to test it out. And they said definitely launch it on Product Hunt when it's available, which I'm guessing I'm gonna go through them because they said that they would be testing it for Fat Ass Week. And they have, I think, given me some feedback through test flight. So that's pretty cool. If that's true, if that's like good enough. But yeah, I'm gonna test it out when at some point Apple reply to my messages. Reply to me. Yeah. And then yes. I mean, technically, the point or the goal for me, as far as now, is that if this goes through, the next step for me is Android. Like the next step is going through that whole code, which look at the amount of fucking file I need. Like there is so much. I think the most annoying ones are the components, but all of that is just, yeah. It's gonna be that, yes. It's gonna be that. The good thing is that I discovered. I figured out that the cursor has the ability to get the 500,000 token chats. So I can start a chat with the 500 token understanding and then switch it to the 200,000 token understanding and then ask question to it. So it can like basically do the entire thing and scan the entire code base, like read the entire code base, and then do things with it. Yeah, this is the iPhone SE, which is kind of sad. I want to do it in Kotlin Jetpack because it's the same as Swift UI. So the main thing, I should have typed that properly, but yeah. Like, the main reason why I'm thinking about it is because Jetpack has some sort of a declarative syntax, which is really similar to how Swift UI works. The main difference that I'm seeing is that there is less points. So in Swift UI, you would have like point checked or dot on something. So that is the thing that I kind of like, so that I do understand this, therefore this makes sense as well. Well, other than this, that's the only reason. I know that if I go with React Native, it's gonna be tempting to then, for me, remove anything from Swift UI and just have a React Native for both platform, like one singular code source, which is fine, right? But I feel like if I do that, I will lose some functionality of iOS, and also some how can I say that? Advanced functionality that would pop later on. So right now I'm already currently, that's a lot of in the same thing. I'm currently using text and scroll options that are only available on iOS 17.6-ish and iOS 18. And that alone is probably something that doesn't exist in, or isn't really achievable through the native way with React Native, if that makes sense. Yeah, momentarily, currently, already, soon, maybe, things. Oh, speaking of, okay, that is a clippable moment on the stream. Listen to this. I, today, for some reason, decided to turn this on. It has been on that shelf since I left for Japan. Guess how much battery it had left after a year and a half of nothing, just sitting there. Guess. Basically, yeah, it has like 90% battery. I am impressed. A year and a half on the shelf. Technically, a bit more than that. It's probably been 2 years because I haven't touched it before. Like since I moved to this, it kind of didn't. I took it to Japan the first time. So in 2022, end of 2022, beginning of 2023, I had it in my bag. So I charged it before. Basically, 2023 is the last time I charged it. %. 90%. That, thank you. 2 weeks in a bag, dead. That is a good cut. That is a good cut of the clip. I appreciate it. Yes, yes, it is good. Yes, certain. Good job. Good job on that. That is a good timing. That is a great timing, even. Appreciate it. Cinematography and everything. Like the cut just at the eye. Perfect. But yeah, I was so impressed. Again, compared to the other devices that I have. I'm sure I am going to go back to Japan. I need to go back to Japan very soon. I have figured out that much. Because I can't pay rent for where my stuff is stored with my bank. My Japanese bank. It doesn't work with them. So I need to go back soon. Like, soon. But I'm sure I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna find the white one that I have there and my keyboard, and they're probably gonna be dead. Like dead. So, Also, it's the same thing. The keyboard that I have the Mac keyboard, which I don't really use, but I have it. It's still charged for no fucking reason. It still has battery, and I don't use them. I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyways, yeah. I need a pee. 1 second. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. I don't know why people are screaming outside. Probably because they're French, but you know, the classic. They took a good 40 minutes. Though I know you can't hear anything, but still. Anyways, I'm guessing if that message is true and it's the only thing that it needed, I can cheer myself to having achieved publishing my first app preemptively. By doing that, I'm jinxing it and they're gonna say no. But you know, we never know. This is the one that makes sense to you, Jonathan, specifically? Because of its name. It's dusty as fuck, but that's the name, and that's a name that makes sense to Spanish-speaking people. Abuelo. Yep. Which, for any French person, it's just abuelo. And for any Spanish speaking is just like old man. Which is kind of, yeah. No, so this will, if it's really, I mean, if it's accepted and they allow it, which I would highly appreciate it, but if they do, it's on the store. Yes, like released, out of test flight. We have had a tremendous test flight experience so far. I mean, for me, if it fucking loads, it doesn't at that instant. But we've had 100, I think 1,080 people sign up and download the app and use the app with an average 100 session per day. So that's impressive. I should have done a closed beta, because right now the thing that I kind of don't like is the fact that as long as a test flight thing is available, people have access to everything for free. I wish they do. I really wish they do. Because right now, the only like reviews and feedback that I have received have been pretty positive, and when there was something that was kind of bad, I fixed it as soon as I had the feedback. And most of the people that have had the experience with me have said things like pretty fast, which I appreciate. I don't think I will be able to have that. Oh, also, we kind of need to talk about this thing. I forgot about it, but this was a very, very funny thread from me. I wish. I wish. Yeah. Zika has been pretty much working. But yeah. He also has a job, right? So that's the thing that I don't have, which allows me to spend a day working on the app, which doesn't allow him to do that. But yeah, most of the people that have had this, for example, I feel like this is a good representation of what happened. Like, that person said iOS 18 and can't scroll this thing, and then I said, let me look into it, sending a build right away. So it takes like basically 2 hours for me to figure out what could work, and now it's just works perfectly. So that's most of the activity or interaction that I've had in all of the feedbacks have been really instant kind of fix. The thing that pisses me off is in the crash and feedback section, I don't have all of them. I don't see all of the crashes that happen. I see the date, I see that this person was on 102, which is not the right one, because we are at 108 since this morning, but like 107 for 14th. You can see that here, 14th, 15th, you know, all that. And so that person had like crash feedbacks, but most of the thing that I've seen here, yeah, yes, Stone is Dutch. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But yeah, there are also things that makes no sense. The amount of time that people have said I pushed a button to start a quiz and it crashed, or I finished a quiz and I started a quiz again and it crashed, as in this one right there. So yeah, Fons have said that he wanted something in Dutch, but also I don't know how good of a thing it is. I feel like I should. It pisses me off, but I feel like I might should. I should might. Right, that thing. Which, if fonts is Dutch and creating like a Dutch only environment, I feel like I could, should, might benefit from a French only. I would hate everyone though. So I don't think it's a good idea. But yeah. The woman this morning that was doing like the workshop that I went to as the introduction workshop said, can you recall a colleague that you have worked with that you really enjoyed and that made like an impression on you? And I was the only one to speak because I'm always the only one to speak when there is a group thing. I'm the god damn, sorry, I'm impressed with the 96. Golly, that is impressive. Good job. Holy fuck. I just did you took someone wasn't there someone on the fucking... Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, forget about it. So that woman said, recall someone that that made an impact on you that you remember in a positive light. And I said, well, I had that person that I worked with, but it's a long time ago. It was like 15 years ago. And she said it doesn't matter the fact that they had like an imprinting memory on you that is positive. It's pretty good. So what were the quality? And I said, well, for starters, they were not French. And she said, I don't know if that's a good thing. And I said, well, for me it is. I saw and kind of had the feeling of everyone like looking at me like, who's this bitch? Who said that? And then I just explained why. I said like that person was Chinese and a dev for iOS and doing like some interesting thing, but the impact having like to manage Chinese, English, French, and then the concept of the design that were in French but translated to English for them specifically, all of that made them like really good as a coworker. And yeah, but the fact that I started with as a starter that were not French, that kind of, I saw her face like, really? That's a positive for you? And say, yeah, it is. It is. But yes, if I did like a French only thing, it would be so bad. The benefit that I would have is the potential collaboration options with the French designers, which are like the French chefs. They think they are the best. That could happen. But yeah, there are other streamers, other content creators that have that are in France that have basically 95% of the French community, the French design community behind them. So that, yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a... Yeah, that sounds like a normal thing. Golly. That was impressive. That was an impressive timing. You don't realize it, but that was impressive. But yeah, that was the thing this morning. Kind of fun. We'll see. We'll see. Also, yes. If you were about to close the chat. Also, it's like... It's 5 for you, right? Yeah. I think. 4? No, it's 5. I don't fucking know. Almost 6? Oh, it's 5:56? Listen, I don't know much. That's why I don't know much. I see. My my clock right here, which you can't see, but right there, which is like New York City timing, which is always what I'm basing my timing from, is here, and I always assume that because Kane is always like 1 hour ahead in Argentina, I always assume that Brazil is also the same because it's kind of aligned. But no, you are far off. So, yeah, you're +2. Yeah, Kane is somewhere around there. I don't know where. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know if he moved. I think he made... There was a story at some point about moving from Argentina to Italy, getting his passports and then getting the thing working, and then not happening, and then happening, and then I lost track of everything. So yeah. Okay. So you are... Yeah. Yeah, New York is there, so like, that's 2 hours? God damn. That is tiny. Pelotas. I like the name. Yeah. Okay. The only thing that comes to mind is in French, une pelote de laine, which is this, which is a yarn wool ball. That's a pelote. That's what we call a pelote. So pelotas, it seems appropriated. But it's not a ball. Is that like a lake type thing? Like it's the sea, but it's not the sea? I mean, it is the sea, but yeah, it's a lagoon. That is pretty cool. I mean, that means it's pretty nice. I mean, one day, maybe. Oh, 23 hours. Wow. Part of the year is salted, part of the year is sweet? How? How is that a thing? 23 hours? Oh, I see. Yeah, so probably the entry side of things. Dimitro, no, I don't play games, sadly. We just do design stuff around here. Design chatting. If you have a design question, feel free to ask. Well, come on in on YouTube. I appreciate that. I see. I see. Whole thing. 23 hours, that is crazy though. How is it? Sorry. How is it further out than Japan? Like, am I missing something? Probably am, but there is at least one connection. I appreciate that, Dimitro. I don't play games in general. I used to play Overwatch a long time ago. Yeah, it's been 10 years, not 10 years, 6 years. 8? I used to play Overwatch a lot, and before that I used to play Call of Duty, Black Ops 2, and 3. That's it. That's it. I would rather watch someone that is better than me playing, so that's why I moved to Twitch. Which you're on YouTube right now. If you like Twitch, come to Twitch. But yeah, it's yeah, playing games is really hard for me because I'm not good enough, and I don't enjoy the grind of getting better. So yeah, it's kind of sad. For you, it says 12 hours. Okay. So I guess it's probably this, but yeah. Okay. So yeah, okay. Sao Paulo is 11 hours. That makes more sense. So basically I need a stop here to then move there. And the flight from here to here is taking 12 hours. There's probably a train or a bus or something. But yeah, it's it's $700. It's so cheap. It is. I mean, it's the same price. But it's the other side of the world. It's where my stuff is. So I need to go back. I need to go back as soon as I can. Because god dang. But yeah, it's interesting to see that it's... I mean, the curvature of the Earth, you know, all that. 13 hours for this, 11 hours for this, or 12 hours for this. Literally, it's like an hour difference for seemingly half half of the distance, which is interesting. Yeah. I think the new Black Ops games, because they bring back zombie being good. Apparently, some people that are gamers enjoyed the new Black Ops or the new Call of Duty with the zombie game in them, and I was mainly playing the zombie game, to be honest, because my ex was a fan, and I will not elaborate on that like that ass. So I had to do things. But yeah, she made me buy um a PS3 and then a PS2 and then a PS3. Not really. Let me remind myself. A PS3. She made me buy a PS3 just to play Black Ops 2 with her. God damn. And then my dad hated it because he didn't want to have console playing or consoles in his house. So when my dad and my mom broke up, I'm law dropping right now. When my dad and my mom broke up, the first thing that I do or did when I kind of splitted my stuff from both houses is buy a PS3 at my mom's house. And yeah, and then just setting it up in the living room and just having that. Yeah, I mean, he wanted to have the least amount of games in the house, or the entertainment that we would have would be outside, and or um, kind of educational games, as in some of the Disney first games, the one that don't have a save button. We had to play that because it made us good with memory and all of that. But yeah, we never had, my sister and me, we never had like a Game Boy, we never had a PlayStation, we never had anything. The only thing that we had was Mac. We had Mac OS since I was born till now. So yeah, she made me buy a PS3 to be able to play together for no fucking reason. Because at the end of the day, I was just at her place the whole week. So we played together. And then coming back home during the weekend, I was playing with her, but not really playing with her. So yeah, I don't know. It was a bit weird, but also she was a bit weird, which is fine. She popped on my Tinder swipes this weekend, which is interesting. She lost weight. She still looked the same. I'm not gonna go back there. Gothic. Right now. Work on it. Cheers. That timing was almost good, but then we're drinking the old man. Gonna bring back the bottle. Yo. He is the thing. And yeah, it's a pretty nice one. It's not the best. It's dusty as fuck, but it's pretty nice. That is wrong. But yeah, my ex was like a fan of Call of Duty, specifically the Black Ops 2 edition. I mean, she learned Black Ops 1 first and then moved to Black Ops 2. Obviously, she probably still plays, to be honest, because she was pretty good. But you know, all of that was pretty interesting, and we mostly played zombie, to be honest, because that makes more sense for like a long distance ish type of relationship. That is interesting. I mean, I've never been to Ukraine, Dimitro, so I don't know. I live close by, kinda, in France, but yeah, that is interesting. Username does not exist. How can one effectively utilize Figma's component system to establish a design token library while incorporating constraints and interactive prototyping features streamline collaborative workflows across multiple design teams. That is such a ChatGPT message, but that's interesting. I like the question. How can one utilize Figma's component system? The collaboration thing also, you might be on ads, so I'm gonna wait for a second. Or you tell me if you have no ads. This username doesn't exist. If you have no ads, I can continue. Otherwise, I'm gonna wait. No ads, good. So the best way to integrate Figma's components is gonna be to have them specified in pages. So you have like your tabs component in one specific element, and that one specific page that contains the documentation about the component and how it's built and both of the sides, if that's necessary, has the prototype option in there. So that way, the user afterward, when they use the tabs component, for example, in any design, in any files, will have the kind of interactivity that exists for that component. If you go into something different, like let's say the file upload, this one is a bit more complex, has the same thing. On hover, you have this is the default state. It has been implemented at a component level on the UI kit / design system level. So you would have this here. So that's the best way to utilize Figma's components to ensure that if you move into like one file to another, each of the components have the prototyping features enabled. That's the second part of the question. In order to have the token library system incorporated into them, you basically need to define your tokens before that. Yeah, and on ROM as well. So most, if not all, of my token library or like variables things have been defined in the library section right there, where I have all of my primitives in the sections that I kind of prefer to have them, which is primitive contains most of the color scheme and most of the components that absolutely need a dark mode and light mode specific color scheme. This comes with the color palettes that I'm using, which is a bit complicated. But if you use a regular color palette, you don't need to do that. Anyways, so my primitives is basically all of my colors. You can see them all there. There is everything. And then at the bottom, I have something else, which is my core components or my core elevations. These are the mostly used elements, as in the elevation is the elevation of a tile or an element. So if I have a model coming on top of the content, it's going to have at least a +1 based on the parent that is triggering the thing. So let's say my parent is a 20. My model that is supposed to be on top is going to be a 30. If my content, I have a model at 30, is already there and it triggers another model, it needs to be at 40. So it basically raises everything. And that is the system for color, for dark mode and light mode, here and there. But it also triggers or is used through the elevation when it comes to shadows and effects to ensure that you have like a good amount of elevation. I will show you that in a second. This is the core things, and then you have the core components, which is like the toggles, the buttons, most of the elements that will be reused and used a ton across the entire design. These are the base, and these need specifically like a dark mode and light mode switch that doesn't make sense. As in, my dark mode background is going to be a 3 in my color palette thing that I'm using. Forget about it, but still. And in light mode, it's going to be a 12, which is not exactly the same thing. If I had like 3 and 3, it would not render the same way. Same thing on this one. I had like a 9. It's going to be a 10 on light mode because I need a bit more contrast with the background and content and the text, and so on and so forth. So for these components that are my core components that needs basically both of the sides, I have them here. Otherwise, if I don't need them, they will be somewhere else in my primitives or elsewhere from my primitives in some other collections. So I then have like my spacings, accent color, which is specific to me because I'm not paying too much for Figma. That's a trick. It works. It's not that great, but it works. Communication is the same thing. Icons is just a set of one basic thing with 4 modes to have the ability to change the width of the stroke of an icon. And then the last one is just the grays, because I just like to have different type of grays based on the accent color on the page. That's about it. So that's the token system. It is really simple to put in place, to be honest, once you have your components, but you need your primitive first in order to ensure that all of your primitives are used in your components, and then you can just rename them if necessary. That covers most of your question. The last question being the last part of the question being the collaboration in between teams and in between designers, I'm guessing. Let me reread that specific words you said. Workflow across multiple design teams. Design teams is fine. So for multiple design teams, they kind of know how to use Figma as a starting point. So welcome back. So all of that will be easier for them to grasp. But if you have if you have the ability to put documentation on the pages for the components, that is going to be the most important thing. So you know, I got that when I said why. Not bad. So for example, here I have a bit of a description of what the file upload is and how it works. And then I have some pro tips that are really personal, things that I think are good. So that will help the collaboration between you and the rest of the teams to ensure that this works. This, for now, on
Mom!
this UI kit, which is my UI kit, which I'm presenting right now, for now is just text-based documentation. The best base that I have is when you have a bit more consistency in the presentation. So let me show you one that would make more sense. As in, find the thing. Can I find the thing? Oh, that's cute as fuck. That, where's my older file? Where the fuck is that thing? Oop. There. It's not in my backups, I guess. Let me see. Don't get a detached thermometer. That's not a good thing. That is not a good thing. So if I have like things that are a bit more complex to explain, I would have a page like this, which basically says or states, this is the base layout, this is how it's built. We have like a header, a sidebar, a main content, and then you have like the explanation of how it works. Specifically, what is really important, this is more for the devs than for the other designers, but it still works for both. Here I'm really explaining that the vertical size is fixed for the header. It's always going to be the same size, and then the horizontal is filling, so it's just flexing based on the user defined like window size. So all of these things are really useful for the communication and the collaboration in between teams, because that way you ensure that anyone that reads the documentation, no one reads the documentation, but anyone that would read the documentation would understand exactly how things are built and why it works the way that it works. This is using the H-Shapes plugin, which is one of the best plugin that we have. I think I can H-Shape specs first. I'll give you a link to that because it's really good. I'm paying for it, so I have access to things that you may not have access to, just to be totally transparent on that. But it's really useful because it will generate basically these pages for you without you having to do anything. And then for this one specifically, I had to add it based on the exact same design just to ensure that we had something that makes sense based on me. But yeah, that is the main thing. All of these collaboration documentation are going to be really useful for that. I'm paying for the H-Shapes plugin because you are getting some of the features related to the tokens. That's the thing that I'm paying for mainly. Also, it has the dark mode version, but I'm not using it. It also has something that I used, I think, twice, to give you a bit of an idea of how much it's useful. But it can be predefined with your own colors and styles and other things, so that when you have like this view overall, it will take like your text, your colors, your spacings, behavior, all of that based on your variables and things that you are using in the files. It makes kind of more sense. But yeah, other than that, this is the explanation documentation. I'm trying, or at least as much as I can, I'm trying to have them in each of the files that the devs or other designers would have. Or if I can't, I'm trying to get these things. Let me see if I can have that. I'm trying to get flows. That is more for the devs. It was most of, or a request that was coming most of the time, yes, most of the time from the devs. This is basically showcasing each state. So I have state, inactive, nothing happened. That's the start of the flow. Then you have a harvest state in a very specific point. And then from that harvest state, it goes into a click state. And then when you're clicking on it, or technically it's hovering the chevron and it's clicking on the chevron, and that's all you have. And then when that happens, it opens a menu. For this thing, it opens this menu. And then for something else, it opens another menu, and so on and so forth. And so in each of the pages that we have here, which are like a ton, it's behind my camera, but you can probably see the scroll happens in the background. On each of these things is basically a bit of a flow that explain each of the steps that needs to be taken in order to achieve something that we want. And then when I have to define specifics, I'm adding a note. This note system is coming from Reddit. I think. Yep, right there. That's the one that I'm using. It's really good. The components are really good and it works. So use that. Highly recommend it. If it was paid, I would pay for it. It's free. Use that. But yeah, I'm adding comments and pointers for the devs, for the other designers, to ensure that they understand what happens. And then now with the newer ability of switching from light mode to dark mode and all of that, you should have, if an element is switched or swapped into it's bad. That is impressive. Yeah, that makes no sense. If you had like something like a dark mode, light mode things, you would have like basically patches in the name or next to the name of the components of things. Therefore, you could use that. But yeah, that's for the communication. Most of the things for collaboration are gonna be this. It's gonna be easier for you to have like all of your documents to ensure that you have like the explanation of how things work and all that. To be honest, the most important thing in ensuring the collaboration is good is the documentation and the way that you're presenting things. It doesn't mean that you need to have a lot of documentation. It just means you need to have enough documentation that helps someone that would read it. And remember, again, no one reads the documentation ever.
FSCOCUA is now following.
What's quoi? I guess. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Yes, if you are a school person, which is a student or a teacher, you can have Figma Premium for free. Yes. What big mistakes? I mean, we all make mistakes, so which one? Is it like... Why is my brain like this? Is it like focaccia, but pronounced differently? How do I pronounce your name? Like, tell me that. FSC is really complicated for my French brain. I mean, I'm French, doesn't help, but yeah. FC, welcome on in, appreciate it. Oh, Francesco. Yeah. Yeah, Francesco, that makes sense. Yeah. Yep. There's some new ones, and now I have to document everything. Yeah. I did that once. I mean, I did that more than once, but I did that once. Is it... I forgot if it's this one or this one. I don't know. I forgot. It's not this one. This one is shit. This is old. I'm guessing it's probably this or the base comps. This, I think this one is fully customized or fully mine, so I didn't create any other elements, and we had to do the documentation for these. That's not the one. Yep, nope, that's not the one. I forgot. I probably have it somewhere. It's just I deleted it. That's bad. That's the one. This one is the revised wrong version that I kind of wanted to change the color scheme. That whole documentation thing is basically what I did the first time, and then I move on to the better documentation. But yeah, we had like this for a long time that basically was giving everything that the dev could have access to through Figma Inspect. And I just re-added them for no fucking reason. And yeah. Yeah. I remember that. you have to document that for what? Because if you have to document that for the devs, which is yourself, kinda, you don't need that much. If you have to document that for the designers, you don't need that much. But if you have to document that for someone that is neither a dev or designer, you need a lot of work. So ensure that you know exactly who is going to read the documentation. Anyways, going back to this one. This or these things, don't look at the design itself. It's broken. It's the color scheme that is broken. Forget about it. That is kind of the thing that bring me to make better documentation overall, is because these system, or again the design system or the system design, which is what I like to do, is ensuring that the system would work in any cases. So having this, which right now doesn't work because the color schema has changed, but having this saying the font is always going to use the 90. 90 was the equivalent to the 900 in color scheme, and the background is going to use white. And then if you move into a hover state, it's going to use the 50 and a light gray. And then on click, it's going to use a 90 still, so the same color, and a light gray. And then if you are using your keyboard for navigation, you have the 50 and the light gray for selection, which is basically the same thing as the hover state, but with the focus ring. And so all of that system definition basically implied that with any colors, this would work. And at some point I had like the entirety of the color scale that we had to showcase that it would work. But yeah, I wish I could have this. I feel like it's either on this one or on the other one. I don't know. Nonetheless, it's like it's been a pretty simple overall behavior, but defining the system and defining how things are going to be used is it's sad to say, but it's the reality. The main reason is if someone doesn't follow the documentation, you can just point them back to the documentation and say you haven't followed this that I have written some weeks ago, some months ago, and you should have, because the documentation is there for that reason. You need to follow the documentation. So that is a really good thing. So going back to your question of yeah, I got name. It's so fun. Here, for ensuring that you have good components, good tokens, good interactivity in the prototyping section, and then good collaboration. That's basically everything. Prototyping is inside of the main components. Main components is in documentation for collaboration, and then utilizing Figma's components is basically you just use the components. So that's where we are. You know what? I don't think you need that much documentation. I mean, unless the unless the other dev is a dumbass. Checkbox makes sense, inputs make sense, label makes sense. Most of your naming convention right now makes a lot of sense. So if you have heard of web component in the past and you are a dev, seems to be the case, you good. Yeah. Yeah. I think the only one that needs a bit of a documentation might be how things behave in the long answer and how things behave in the form builder, and technically the models as well, but yeah. No, I'm not saying the code is the documentation, but I'm saying with that build, or as far as I can tell, as a dev or as a user, you shouldn't use the checkbox on its own. The checkbox is going to be used in the form modules and the form builder, and you shouldn't use that outside. So yeah, you have to document the last three, which are the builder and the modules that goes into the builder. So if the module is really important, the builder itself, why not? And the module builder, I guess, is the same thing. That's about it. Like defining and explaining a checkbox. No. Like it is no. 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 Unless it has like a design that is wild. Like going back to what we were on earlier, as in, can I find that quickly? I doubt it. I know myself. It's supposed to be around here. It's not. There. Unless it's this, right? Let me get both in view. Unless it's this, which has metallic fields, highlight, LED or LED in the center, drop shadows inside, different color scheme. Unless it's that. A toggle is a toggle. What the fuck do you need documentation on? Also, most important thing, you shouldn't touch the design of a component. You should just use the component. And if the component is a toggle and it's a boolean of true or false, that's it. You use the component. So I don't think there is a need for documenting the thing. There might be a need for the safe area around it, if that's necessary. But yeah, I don't think you need much documentation on that. Might be wrong. I might be wrong. I don't know. But yeah, other than that, I don't think you need any other things. I just remember that now again. Fuck, god damn it. I have a story in 15 parts. Side note, also, that username doesn't exist. I guess that covers everything. If you have more questions, feel free to ask, as always. That person says questions. What kind of designer are you? This is engagement farming. We know that. Anyways, A or B? Obviously, I said, well, in B, you lose the search. So, A. And then that person said, if you add a variant like type, and then said the names, you don't lose anything. To which I said, if I do nothing, I don't need to go through the hoops of getting the same result, as in variant for icons, styles, and everything else. And then that person said, sorry, but I don't agree with you. Therefore, I said, well, I can tell. But if I explain the entire thing, I just recorded a video and I said, well, if you have a thing and I'm just searching for cloud, I'm getting the cloud. I'm just moving to the local assets because it's easier. I'm finding the cloud, putting the cloud. Cool. And then I'm doing the same thing with variant groups. So I'm creating variant groups and then ensuring that this thing is working and has the right properties. And then I'm looking for cloud and I'm finding the sun. And so now I need to put back the sun and then get the sun into the cloud section. So I need to look for, because I have a ton of clouds, I can't really just pick it up. Cool. So I said that. And then they said, but if you nest it into another component, such as a button, you can find the thing. Therefore, I said, well, let's do just that. So I put it into a component. I looked for the sun. I placed the sun. It was done. And then I moved that icon set to like a variable. And then when making sure that I had a nested instance inside of it, did the same thing. The only option that I have is to then search through that entire thing without really finding what I'm looking for. And so at the end, or in that message, I just said, I just want to make sure that I'm not attacking you or doing something wrong. Like, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that right now I'm just losing the search. That's all I said in the first answer. Like, you just lose the search. And so at the end, he said, well, I will try. And I feel like that person had a bit of a bad feeling about me until here, and then they followed me. It was kind of fun for me to just go through that whole thing. But also, going back to what I said, this is engagement farming, and this has been a question that pops in the feed every month, basically. So, yeah. Anywho. Details. It's just, yeah. It's really fun. But yeah, this is the only way to ensure that you have quick access to things, just through search. The issue that I have is on my stuff, because now if I'm looking for fucking cloud, I have the cloud, and I have the cloud, and I have the cloud, and all of these fucking clouds are just coming from either the regular icons, the sharp icons, the not sharp icons. Like, I like the fact that we have ash every time, but like, that is a bit annoying to have different styles. So the only reason, or the only way that I would have viable or variants would be here. If I had different styles, I would ensure that each of the variant styles were into like each groups, which is basically what pick icons is doing, as far as I remember. I think. Yeah, that one. No, that's a plugin. God damn it. Anyways. Really? Dang. Oh. This one, as far as I remember, has the thing in question, and they do that. Like, basically, each of these are Vine groups, which makes a lot of sense. And so you look for coffee, and then you change the style. That makes sense. Because you can really quickly do basically a full swap in the entire styles. As in, you could say, well, now for this project specifically, instead of having the solid one as a default, I'm just switching the order of the properties. I'm getting the duotone as a first one. Therefore, anytime I'm going to look for a specific icon, I'm going to have the duotone preloaded. So that makes a lot of sense. So I might do that at some point for the mob icons, just to make it easier. The thing that I don't like about doing that is that if I do it, you lose all of your links. If you're using a very specific style, you will lose all of your links already. So I hate it. But, nah. Maybe it's worth it to simplify the pages. But yeah, that's the only use case for variables for icons. That is all I'm saying. God damn. Why? Sigh. Keyboard no work. Keyboard no work. Yeah. That's about it. Stoney, you want to raid Pokemon? I don't know, she's like. And she French? Not really, she was Moroccan, but yes, same. Yeah, that's what I was looking at, Nate. Let me leave before you go. Bitch. How is Captain Coder not? Oh, that's why. God damn it. We have been there yet, but not in a while. And we are gonna hear some singing. Sorry about that. I should. That guy seems fine. Anyways, as always, the VOD is going to be on YouTube because today it worked. Happy with that. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord. That would be highly appreciated. You can stalk me online on the socials, and I shall be back on Wednesday with potential answers to the app being not accepted again. As always, things have been said. You can give me money by subbing here, but that's not necessary. You can buy a UI kit, which is highly appreciated. As always, it is better than getting like a that. And next time you come in, don't forget to check in, exclamation mark check in, as always, just to count that you've been here. like checking in, at the beginning of the stream. You can do it at the end if you forgot, but dang. Anywho, enjoy the rest of your day, as always. Take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll see you soon. Bye.